Welcome to Sleep Softly, a channel where timeless stories, gentle narration, and quiet atmospheres help you drift into rest. Before we begin tonight's tale, I'd love to know, where are you listening from? Share it in the comments below. It's always wonderful to see our little community stretching across the world. Now it's time to get comfortable. Settle into your bed or favourite chair. Close your eyes, take a slow, deep breath, and let the day melt away. Allow my voice to carry you softly into sleep, to a place where imagination flows and dreams begin. The evening had drawn its curtain across the city, settling a sombre veil upon the narrow streets of London. In the cramped quarters of a dim flat that nestled unassumingly along Fleet Lane, Mr. Alder stood readying himself for the midnight watch. The air, thick with the residue of coal smoke and the persistent scent of damp stone, clung to every surface, lending the small abode a peculiar blend of warmth and weariness. Mr. Alder, a man of modest build and modest means, methodically adjusted his coat, an aged brown garment that bore the evidence of years spent in service against the night's chill. Its edges were frayed, and its fabric had grown soft with time, yet it clung to him with the familiarity of an old companion. His hands, calloused from long hours of toil, and cold, worked with quiet determination as he tightened the buttons, each one a small shield against the encroaching cold. In one corner of the room, a solitary candle sputtered, casting a flickering light that danced upon the walls like restless shadows. Its flame, struggling against the draughts that seeped in through ill-fitted window panes, seemed to mirror the relentless perseverance of the man it illuminated. Mr. Alder paused, his gaze momentarily caught by the interplay of light and shadow, before turning towards the door. Polly, his wife, emerged from the shadows with a gentle step. Her presence was as much a part of the room as the mismatched furniture that filled it. Her voice, soft yet edged with the quiet strength born of long-standing companionship, broke the silence. "Good night, William," she murmured, her eyes reflecting the dim light of the candle. Her hands, busy with the mending of a garment that had seen better days, were as much instruments of care as her words. Mr. Alder nodded, acknowledging her without the need for further speech. He understood the unspoken worries that lay beneath her simple farewell. They were the same concerns that haunted every departure into the night. Yet, like many before him, he found solace in the ritual of preparation, the sturdy feel of his coat, the weight of duty that steadied his resolve. Outside, the city breathed its own heavy breath, exhaling fog that curled along the cobblestones and mingled with the perpetual drizzle that seemed to define a London night. The street lamp at the corner flickered, its gas-fed light casting a wan glow that struggled against the encroaching darkness, much like the candle within. As Mr. Alder stepped from the cocoon of his home, the night air wrapped around him like an old, familiar shroud. The world beyond the door was one of muted sounds and distant echoes, where the clatter of a passing hansom cab mingled with the softer cadence of footfalls on wet stone. Each echo told a tale of its own, woven into the fabric of the city's restless dreams. With a final glance back towards the dim flat, where Polly's silhouette lingered in the window, Mr. Alder began his journey along Fleet Lane. The lane itself appeared as a ribbon of shadow, its edges softened by the fog that clung to the ground like a persistent memory. It was a world unto itself, where the boundaries between night and day seemed to blur, leaving only the enduring rhythm of a watchman's footsteps to mark the passing of hours. As he walked, the city's heart beat on, a symphony of distant sounds and whispered voices, each one a testament to life continuing in all its forms. The night was his companion, its mysteries and silence a canvas upon which the stories of countless lives were painted, each one as vivid and fragile as the flame of a single candle. Thus, Mr. Alder embraced his nightly vigil, a solitary figure amidst the vast, slumbering city. His was a presence that went unnoticed by most, yet was integral to the night's quiet order. In the stillness, he found not solitude, but a deeper connection to the world around him, one that transcended the simple act of watching. The streets of London, ever teeming with the bustle of the day, transformed into a different realm under the cloak of night. The watchman, Mr. Alder, moved with deliberate purpose through the narrow lanes, his form casting elongated shadows against the soot-streaked walls. In his heart there lingered the constant pull of dual responsibilities, the cooper's trade by day, where the rhythmic pounding of staves echoed through the yard, and this, his nocturnal charge, where the silence was punctuated only by the soft scuffle of his boots on cobblestones. The cooper's yard was a place of honest labour, where barrels took shape under his skilled hands, each one a testament to the craftsmanship passed from father to son. The smell of wood shavings mingled with the sharp tang of varnish, an olfactory symphony that lingered on his clothes long after the workday had ended. His calloused fingers bore the stories of countless casks, and yet, as evening descended, those same hands took up the lantern, guiding him to his second duty, a guardian of the night. The watchman's lot was not one of a leisure, though the city lay in repose. As he traversed Fleet Lane, the gas lamps cast their pallid glow upon the cobbles, illuminating the path of his nightly patrol. Each step was a reminder of the promise he had made, the promise to provide a better life for the one yet to be born, a child whose future he imagined with every careful stride. The thought of a new life, fragile and full of potential, spurred him on through the damp chill that crept up from the river, wrapping around him like a persistent spectre. Though the streets were sparsely peopled, they were far from empty. A coach rumbled past, the clatter of hooves echoing in the quiet, while a solitary figure, perhaps a clerk returning late from his ledger, hurried along, his form barely discernible in the mist. Alder's gaze was sharp and vigilant, noted each movement, each flicker of shadow, with the attentiveness born of necessity. For in the stillness of night, figures emerged who shunned the light of day, their intentions as murky as the fog that drifted from the Thames. His mind often wandered during these solitary hours, tracing the contours of his life, both past and yet to come. The cooper's craft, learned through years of apprenticeship, was a steady constant, yet it was the watchman's role that brought him a peculiar satisfaction, a sense of purpose beyond mere survival. It was a duty that spoke to a deeper moral calling, one that resonated with the rhythms of the city itself, a city that never truly slept, but merely paused to draw breath. The night was a canvas upon which the dreams of many were painted, and Alder found solace in the knowledge that his vigilance contributed, however humbly, to the safety of those slumbering in their beds. He imagined the gentle rise and fall of their breathing, the soft murmur of dreams untroubled by the world beyond their windows. His own dreams were simpler, grounded in the tangible future he aspired to build, brick by brick, for his family. As the hours drew on, the chill deepened, and a light drizzle began to fall, dotting the cobblestones with tiny, glistening pearls. Alder pulled his coat tighter, the fabric worn, but serviceable, a testament to years of frugality and careful mending. The city, now enveloped in the soft patter of rain, seemed to sigh in resignation, acknowledging the watchman's presence with a quiet nod, as if to say, "This is your charge, and yours alone." The rain, persistent in its gentle assault, gathered in shallow pools along the uneven stones of Fleet Lane, where the footfalls of the night watchman echoed with a deliberate, unhurried rhythm. As Alder approached the yard of Cavish and Sons, the dim glow of gas lamps revealed a scene both industrious and forlorn. The factory, a hulking mass of brick and glass, loomed like a silent sentinel over the lane, its windows darkened and empty of the day's bustling activity. Inside, the air was thick with the ghostly scent of ink and paper. Reams of unprinted sheets lay stacked upon wooden pallets, their surfaces gleaming faintly under the scant illumination, as if whispering secrets yet to be inscribed. The machinery, formidable in its stillness, rested like slumbering giants, their iron frames casting long shadows that danced across the floor with each flicker of the gaslight. The room was a cathedral of industry, where the hymns of labour were sung by the clatter of typesetters and the hum of the printing press, now silenced by the hour. In the corners of this vast space, where shadows gathered deepest, the furtive movements of rats could be discerned. These creatures, small and persistent, scurried through puddles that had seeped in from the leaky roof, their presence a reminder of the relentless cycle of life amidst decay. Their eyes glinted like tiny jewels in the darkness, unafraid of the solitary figure who now stood as their only human companion. Alder, accustomed to the peculiarities of the night, moved with a practised ease, his lantern casting a warm, steady light that seemed to draw the darkness around him like a cloak. He paused to listen, as if the very walls might speak of the day's endeavours, of the compositors, with ink-stained fingers, setting the day's news, of the presses, groaning with the effort of their labours, producing broadsheets that would soon flutter through the streets like leaves in the wind. The rain, a constant patter against the roof, provided a gentle symphony, a counterpoint to the silence that enveloped the factory. Alder could almost hear the echo of voices, the ghostly conversations of printers and apprentices, their laughter and complaints mingling with the clatter of machinery, now mere memories in the stillness. Yet as he continued his rounds, Alder's thoughts turned to the men who would soon return to these halls, each with their own story etched upon their faces. The master printer, Mr. Cavish, with his stern demeanour and ink-blackened hands, a man of precision and order, respected by all who worked under his watchful eye. The apprentices, eager and earnest, learning their trade in the hope of steady employment and the promise of advancement. The journeymen, skilled and seasoned, each seeking to carve his place in the bustling world of Fleet Street. Outside, the rain began to ease, leaving the air crisp and clear, as if washed clean by the night's deluge. The lamps cast their golden glow upon the glistening cobblestones, creating a pathway of light that seemed to guide Alder back toward the lane. He paused for a moment, listening to the distant tolling of St. Paul's, its chimes marking the passage of time with a solemn grace. In this city of ceaseless motion, where every street and alley bore witness to the tireless march of progress, there was a quiet dignity in the night watchman's solitary vigil. Alder, a humble guardian of the hours, walked on, his presence a reminder of the order that must be maintained amidst the chaos of the waking world. And as he resumed his measured pace, the factory behind him seemed to breathe with the promise of another day, a new chapter waiting to be written upon its endless reams of paper. Alder's path led him to a small hut nestled inconspicuously at the edge of Fleet Lane, where the misty veil of night wrapped its fingers around the modest structure of wood and tin. It was a shelter not of grandeur, but of necessity, its walls leaning as if weary of their own existence, its roof a patchwork testament to the hands that had mended it in years past. Here, beneath the dim light of an ever-watchful lantern, Alder found his refuge from the chill that curled through the narrow streets and clung to the cobblestones like a persistent beggar. Within the confines of this humble abode, the lantern flickered with a life of its own, casting shadows that danced across the rough-hewn walls. Its light, though feeble, was constant, a companion in the long stretches of solitude that marked Alder's nights. Beside it, a pot of tea simmered gently, its aroma mingling with the scent of damp wood and iron, providing a warmth that the thin walls could not. The tea was weak, a reflection of the modest means that sustained it, yet it served its purpose, offering comfort in the cold hours before dawn. On a small wooden table, a ledger lay open, its pages filled with the meticulous record of Alder's rounds. The entries, written in a hand both steady and humble, spoke of his vigilance, of the streets he had walked, the doors he had checked, and the shadows he had chased away. It was a chronicle of duty, of nights spent ensuring that the world beyond his watchful eye remained undisturbed. Here, amid the quiet of the hut, the ledger was a testament to his purpose, a reminder that even in the silence, his presence held weight. Outside, the world carried on with its muted nocturnal symphony, the distant clatter of carriage wheels, the occasional bark of a dog, the whispering rustle of leaves in the wind. These sounds, familiar and measured, formed the backdrop to Alder's vigil, marking time in a place where the hours stretched and folded upon one another like the pages of a well-read book. The city, in its vastness, seemed to breathe alongside him, a living entity with its own rhythms and secrets. Alder, seated upon a low wooden stool, allowed his gaze to wander across the room, observing the interplay of light and shadow with a contemplative eye. His hands, roughened by years of labour, cradled the warm cup of tea, its heat seeping into his fingers, warding off the chill that had settled in his bones. Here, within this quiet space, he found a rare solitude, a moment to reflect amidst the ceaseless demands of his duty. The night wore on, the minutes and hours slipping by like sand through an hourglass, each one a silent witness to Alder's solitary vigil. In this place, time seemed to hold its breath, waiting for the dawn to break and the world to stir once more. Yet there was a peace to be found in these moments, a gentle assurance that, for now, all was as it should be. And so, in the watchman's hut, beneath the flickering glow of the lantern and the comforting warmth of the tea, Alder kept his silent watch, a steadfast guardian of the night. The world outside continued its quiet dance, oblivious to the man who watched over it, ensuring that order prevailed in the darkness. The fog lay heavy across Fleet Lane, a persistent mantle of grey that seemed to press down upon the cobblestones and the souls that traversed them. It clung with a damp insistence to the narrow doorways and the iron railings, muffling the street sounds to a subdued murmur. Through this shrouded thoroughfare, the night watchman moved with the deliberate pace of a man enmeshed in his duty, his soul attuned to the rhythm of vigilance and the weariness that accompanies long hours of solitude. Alder, the watchman, wrapped in a well-worn greatcoat that bore the marks of many such nights, patrolled the perimeter with a steady gait, his boots, echoing softly against the stones, marked the passage of time and the continuity of his charge. The lantern he carried swung gently in his grasp, casting an uncertain glow that seemed to battle futilely against the encroaching fog. It illuminated only the immediate path before him, leaving the rest of the world in undisturbed shadow. At each corner he paused, his eyes scanning the familiar outlines of shop fronts and alleyways, the silent windows of sleeping households. He tapped the locks of the establishment doors with a practised ease, a ritualistic gesture that seemed to affirm the security of his domain. The sound of metal against metal was sharp in the stillness, a reassuring confirmation of his presence and purpose. Each lock yielded its own distinctive note, a melody known only to the watchman and the night itself. The hour was late, the city wrapped in a slumber punctuated only by the rare clip-clop of a distant carriage or the muted cries of a street vendor closing his trade. Alder noted the time by the great clock above the market, its hands moving inexorably forward, indifferent to the human lives it measured. The fog, seemingly alive, swirled around the clock tower, obscuring its face with a spectral veil that lent an air of mystery to its solemn ticking. As he continued his rounds, the watchman's thoughts wandered amidst the familiar faces and stories of the street. The greengrocer, with his perpetual frown, the seamstress, whose nimble fingers never seemed to tire, the children, always underfoot, oblivious to the cares of their elders. These were the people Alder watched over, though they seldom knew of his presence, or the small comfort he derived from their unknowing trust. The night air was thick with the smell of coal smoke, a reminder of the fires burning within the hearths of the houses he passed. It mingled with the scent of damp earth and old wood, creating a tapestry of odours that was both familiar and oppressive. Alder breathed it in, the acrid tang of soot and the softer undertones of the city at rest, knowing that each breath was a testament to the life that persisted beneath the fog's embrace. In the distance, a dog barked, a sharp staccato that broke the silence for a moment before fading into the night. Alder paused, listening intently, his senses attuned to the slightest deviation from the norm. Satisfied that all was as it should be, he resumed his patrol, the fog closing in behind him as though erasing his presence. The watchman's routine was a solitary one, marked by the repetition of steps and the quiet diligence of his observations. Yet, beneath his stoic exterior lay a deep-seated commitment to his role, a belief in the necessity of his watch. He was a guardian of sorts, a silent sentinel ensuring that order prevailed amidst the chaos of the world beyond. As the night wore on, the fog thickened, its tendrils creeping closer as if to envelop the watchman in its ghostly embrace. Yet Alder remained steadfast, his heart beating in time with the clock tower's distant chimes. The rhythm of the city, muted yet persistent, accompanied him on his rounds, a testament to the life that continued even under the cover of darkness. And though the fog might obscure the world from view, it could not extinguish the light within the watchman's lantern, nor the resolve that guided his steps. The fog lay heavy over Fleet Lane, a shroud of grey that seemed to absorb the very essence of the night. It clung to the narrow alleys and cobbled streets, a silent, oppressive presence that muffled the city's heartbeat. The watchman, a solitary figure amidst this spectral landscape, moved with deliberate care, his lantern casting a flickering glow that danced upon the wet stones and wrought iron railings. As he paced the familiar route, his mind turned to Cavish, the old compositor whose words now echoed with an ominous resonance. "Never touch the press when it sleeps," Cavish had warned, his voice gravelly with age and wisdom. The phrase lingered in the watchman's thoughts, an enigmatic refrain that held a deeper, unspoken truth. Cavish had been a fixture in the narrow corridors of the print shop, his hands stained with ink, his clothes perpetually dusted with the fine grit of paper and soot. He had spoken those words with a gravity that belied their simplicity, as if imparting a secret known only to those who had toiled beneath the gaslight's weary gaze. The press, when silent, seemed a living thing in slumber, its cogs and wheels at rest, but not without purpose. It was a beast tamed by the hands of men, yet within its quietude lay the potential for noise and news, for stories of the world carried on sheets of paper to eager readers. To disturb it in its repose was to awaken the chaos of its being, a disruption that might unravel the threads of order so carefully woven by the skilled craftsmen of Fleet Lane. The watchman knew this, for he had seen the frenzy of the press in motion, the rhythmic clatter of its operation a symphony of industry and ambition. He had watched the compositors labour over their typesets, arranging letters with a precision that spoke of years spent in the shadow of the press. Cavish, with his keen eye and steady hand, had been a master of his trade, a man whose respect for the sleeping press bordered on reverence. It was he who had first shown the watchman the delicate balance between the machinery and the men who served it, a balance maintained by the careful observance of rituals and respect for the press's slumber. The night air, thick with the scent of coal smoke and damp, swirled around the watchman as he paused beneath a flickering gas lamp. The light was dim, a pale imitation of the day's brilliance, yet it sufficed to illuminate the path ahead. He thought of Cavish, now gone to wherever old compositors go when their hands can no longer hold the tools of their craft. The old man's warning, given with a knowing look and a nod of his weathered head, seemed a message both practical and profound. To touch the press when it sleeps was to invite chaos, as Cavish had known all too well. It was a disruption of the natural order, a breach of the silent contract between man and machine, where each respected the other's boundaries. The watchman, alone in the fog's embrace, understood this as he continued on his rounds. the weight of Cavish's words a solemn accompaniment to the rhythm of his steps. The night deepened, the fog thickened, and the watchman moved through it as if through a waking dream. The city around him was a tapestry of shadows and light, of sounds muffled and muted by the veil of mist. The press, silent and still, lay in its accustomed place, a monument to the industry that sustained it and the men who served it. And in the quiet of the night, the watchman kept his vigil, ever mindful of Cavish's warning, a sentinel in the service of order amidst the chaos of the sleeping city. The night folded itself around Fleet Lane like a great grey shroud, the fog creeping in from the river, wrapping the world in its damp embrace. From the cobblestones, slick and shining, rose the faint echo of distant carriages, their wheels a soft murmur against the city's restless sleep. The gas lamps flickered uncertainly, their flames sputtering in the clammy air, casting pale halos that struggled to penetrate the thickening mist. Here and there, a faint glow marked the window of a workshop where the night's labour continued, unyielding to the pull of sleep. Alder, the watchman, moved with a deliberate gait, his lantern slicing through the murkiness, a solitary star in the urban firmament. His coat, patched and worn, flapped about him like the wings of a great bird, while his boots, heavy with the grime of many nights, thudded a steady rhythm upon the stones. The world was a tapestry of muted sounds and shadowed forms, a place where the edges of reality blurred and merged into the dreamscape of London's night. It was in this twilight world that the sound first reached him, a thin, reedy cry that threaded its way through the fog, cutting through the silence like a shard of glass. Alder halted, his breath a cloud before him, his lantern casting ghostly patterns upon the brickwork of the alley. The cry came again, a child's sob, raw and plaintive, piercing the night's quietude with its desperate note. He hesitated, the fog curling around him like smoke from a distant fire, obscuring the gate that stood at the alley's entrance. Beneath his feet, the cobbles lay slick with the evening's drizzle, their surfaces glistening like polished stone. Alder turned his head, listening, the sounds of the city receding into a distant hum, leaving only the child's voice to fill the void. The cry tugged at something deep within him, an echo of a past too easily forgotten amidst the grind of daily existence. He moved towards it, the lantern's glow casting long shadows that danced against the walls, his heart a steady drumbeat in the stillness. The alley seemed to stretch endlessly, a corridor of darkness punctuated only by the dim light that spilled from the occasional window, each an oasis of warmth in the night's chill. As Alder drew closer, the sobs grew louder, more insistent, each one a plea that resonated within the confines of the narrow passage. The fog clung to the buildings, softening their harsh lines, and the night air carried the faint scent of coal smoke and damp earth, a reminder of the city's ceaseless pulse. He paused, the lantern casting a circle of light in which the world seemed to shrink, the shadows pressing close, thick and impenetrable. There, huddled against the wall, was a small figure, a child no more than 8 or 9, clad in a tattered shawl that did little to shield against the cold. His face, pale and pinched, was streaked with tears, his eyes wide and frightened as they met Alder's. The sight of him, alone, and vulnerable amidst the towering shadows, struck him with a force that belied the stillness of the scene. "Are you lost, little one?" Alder's voice was gentle, a measured balm against the night's harshness, the words carrying with them a promise of safety. The child nodded, his sobs subsiding into the soft hiccoughs of spent emotion. But as soon as he had made out the figure of the child, the shape disappeared into the fog. Alder wondered had he lost hold of his senses. He stopped, surveyed the area, and rubbed the bridge of his nose before looking again. He had seen something. He had heard sobbing. He was sure of it. But the empty street made him question himself once more. He shivered, not from cold, but from an unease that had grown over him. He pulled his collar against the cold and retraced his steps, fearful of proceeding in the same direction. In the labyrinthine alleys of Fleet Lane, where the fog clung like a weary shroud to the cobblestones, he bore his lantern like a beacon of vigilance, traced his accustomed path through the city's hidden recesses. The air, heavy with the mingled scents of coal smoke and damp earth, seemed to press inwards, as if to envelop all in its murky embrace. Amidst the muted symphony of the sleeping city, a distant horse's hoof, the faint creak of a cart wheel, the occasional bark of a restless dog. There was another sound, softer yet distinct. It was the gentle rustle of paper disturbed by the wind, a sound almost lost to the night. The watchman paused, his senses attuned to the slightest irregularity, and directed his lantern toward the source. There, upon the glistening ground, lay a torn sheet of proof paper, its surface marred by the indelible mark of a small handprint pressed in black ink. The print, stark against the whiteness of the paper, spoke silently of its origins. A child's hand, perhaps, in a moment of innocent mischief or necessity. The ink, still fresh, glistened under the lantern's glow, as if the hand had but recently departed, leaving behind this spectral signature. The watchman knelt, his roughened fingers gingerly lifting the paper from its resting place among the debris of the street. He examined it closely, noting the fine quality of the paper, the delicate weave of its fibres, and the precision of the ink's imprint. This was no common refuse he had discarded carelessly. It bore the hallmarks of a printer's craft, a sheet once destined for a more distinguished fate. As he pondered this curious find, the watchman's mind drifted to the world beyond the fog, a world of presses and ink pots, of typesetters and compositors labouring by gaslight, their fingers stained with the ink of industry. In this city of endless enterprises, where the clatter of the printing press was as familiar as the toll of the church bell, the sheet of paper was but a single fragment of a greater whole, yet it carried with it the stories and aspirations of those whose hands had shaped it. He imagined the child to whom the handprint belonged, perhaps a waif from the alleys, wandering the streets in search of warmth or adventure. Was it the child he had seen in the fog? In this inked handprint lay a connection, fleeting yet profound, between the world of industry and the innocence of youth, a reminder that even in the heart of the city's mechanized toil, there existed moments of unguarded humanity. The watchman rose, the paper clasped in his hand, and resumed his patrol. The fog swirled about him, the lamps casting their dim light upon the street, whispering of secrets kept and stories untold. As he walked, he pondered the small mysteries of the night, each a testament to the resilience and tenderness that lay within the shadows of the city, in the quiet of the hour, beneath the watchful gaze of the stars obscured by clouds. The inked handprint remained with him, an emblem of the unseen lives intertwined with his own, a gentle reminder of the city's ever-turning wheel, and the unexpected beauty found therein. Amidst the dim and narrow confines of Fleet Lane, where the air bore the weight of mist and the distant clatter of horse-drawn carriages, the press stood as a monolithic creature of iron and intent. It was a contraption of gears and levers, a monument to human ingenuity and labour, cloaked in the faint sheen of oil and the residue of ink. The press arm shifted with the deliberate motion, a sound emerging from its depths, a soft, metallic shriek, as though it were a slumbering giant stirred from dreams of its own making. The press, for all its apparent lifelessness, seemed to possess an animus, a spirit of sorts, that echoed the toil of countless hands that had laboured upon it, hands which had inked sheets and set type, each movement precise, each gesture a note in the symphony of industry. The metal groaned gently, a reminder of its own storied past, where the clang and clatter of its workings had once filled the room with a cacophony of creation. Yet now, in the stillness of the night, it moved with a solemn grace, as if paying homage to the artisans and apprentices who had once fed its hunger for paper and print. The air within the workshop was thick with the scent of ink, that peculiar and potent aroma mingling with the mustiness of old paper and the damp that crept in from the cobbled streets. The flicker of a solitary gas lamp cast long shadows across the room, playing tricks upon the eye as the shadows danced and leapt along the walls, conjuring visions of forgotten craftsmen bent over their tasks. In this half-light, one might imagine the room alive with the bustle of printers and pressmen, their voices a murmur, their movements a ballet of purpose. Beyond the confines of this mechanical sanctum, the world of Fleet Lane carried on with its own inexorable rhythm. The street outside, now settled into the quietude of the small hours, seemed a different realm altogether. The fog pressed close, wrapping the buildings in a shroud of grey, while the occasional echo of footsteps, those of a late-night wanderer or a watchful constable, broke the silence. The city, in its moment of repose, breathed softly, its pulse slowed to a gentle throb beneath the pall of night. The press arm, moving once more, issued a sigh that seemed almost human in its timbre. It was a sound that spoke of weariness and continuity, of a machine that had seen the passage of time and the changing of hands, yet remained steadfast in its purpose. The press was both a relic and a testament, a piece of machinery that held within its metal frame the stories of those who had tended to it, their dreams and labours etched into its very being. As the night deepened, the press settled into a stillness that mirrored the slumber of the city around it. The fog, relentless in its embrace, crept into every crevice, softening the edges of the world, blurring the lines between the tangible and the imagined. The gas lamp flickered, its light a beacon in the gloom, casting a warm, golden glow that pooled in the corners, lending an air of quiet dignity to the scene. In the quietude of the workshop, the press seemed less a machine and more a sentinel, standing guard over the memories of its past, the stories of labour and creation that it held dear. The metal arm, now still, rested against the body of the press, as if in contemplation of the tasks yet to come, the sheets yet to be inked, the stories yet to be told. Thus, beneath the lingering shroud of night, the press awaited the dawn, its presence a silent witness to the ebb and flow of time, the perpetual cycle of creation and pause. In its silent vigil, it stood as a monument to the unseen hands that had shaped its fate, a testament to the enduring spirit of those who had laboured in its shadow, their mark indelible, their legacy entwined with the very fabric of Fleet Lane. The night weighed heavily upon Fleet Lane, where the gaslights flickered with uncertain resolve, each flame a valiant sentinel against the encroaching darkness. The mist rolled in from the Thames, creeping through the narrow streets and alleys like a thief, its damp fingers prying into every crevice and stone. The air was thick with the scent of coal smoke and the sharp tang of oil, mingling with the pervasive chill that clung to the city like an unshakable memory. Beneath the wavering glow of the lamps, the shadowy figures of the night watchman moved with deliberate steps, his lantern swinging gently in rhythm with his gait. The light it cast was a meagre offering against the night's dominion, its flame dancing fitfully, struggling against the gust that sought to extinguish it. The lantern's glass, smeared with soot and the smut of the city, refracted the light into strange shapes that played across the cobbles, alive and flickering, as if the very stones were breathing. The smell of oil grew thicker here, beneath the great iron ribs of the press, a silent giant slumbering until the dawn would rouse it to life. Shadows pulsed between the rollers, deep and shifting, a testament to the ceaseless industry that would resume with the first light of day. There was something almost sentient in the machinery's stillness, the creak of settling metal echoing eerily in the quietude of the night. In this realm of iron and ink, the watchman was a solitary figure, his presence a mere whisper against the cacophony that would soon awaken. He moved with a careful grace, his ears attuned to the subtle language of his surroundings, the distant drip of water from a gutter, the rustle of a rat in the refuse, the occasional murmur of a distant voice carried by the wind. Each sound was a note in the symphony of silence that enveloped Fleet Lane, a symphony played for an audience of one. Above, the sky was a canopy of brooding clouds, their bellies swollen with the promise of rain. A faint rumble of thunder rolled in the distance, a reminder of nature's untamed power, indifferent to the human toil below. The watchman paused, lifting his gaze to the heavens, where the stars were hidden behind the veil of impending storm. His grip tightened on the lantern's handle, the warmth of the flame a small comfort against the chill that seeped into his bones. The city seemed to hold its breath in anticipation, as if awaiting the storm's arrival with a mixture of dread and resignation. Yet life continued its inexorable march. A stray cat, thin and wary, slinked along the gutter, its eyes catching the lantern's glow with a flash of emerald. It paused, but a moment, then vanished into the shadows, a fleeting spectre in the night. As the watchman resumed his patrol, the lantern's light flickered once more, a brief falter that spoke of the struggle within. The oil's scent was sharper now, a pungent reminder of the fuel that fed the flame, its promise both life and demise. But the watchman carried on, his footsteps a steady drumbeat on the stones, his duty clear beneath the ever-watchful eyes of the city. The press, with its monumental silence, loomed in the watchman's path, a guardian of secrets yet to be inked onto paper. Its presence was a constant, immutable as the night itself, a symbol of the labour and hope that defined the streets of London. As the watchman passed beneath its shadow, he felt a kinship with the machine, both of them bound by the rhythms of work and rest, creation and pause. In the hush of Fleet Lane, the lantern's struggle was a testament to resilience, its flame a beacon that defied the night's encroachment. The watchman's vigil continued, his light a solitary guide through the shadows, a reminder that even in the darkest hours, there was still a flicker of hope, a spark of life enduring against the vast expanse of the unknown. The moon hung high over Fleet Lane, its pale light slipping furtively between the looming buildings that stood like sentinels against the night. A chill wind swept through the narrow thoroughfare, rustling discarded papers and setting the gas lamps to flicker in restless agitation. Here, against the hulking silhouette of a printing press, a boy, barefoot and clad in worn, ink-stained rags, appeared as a spectre conjured by the air thick with industry, and soot. The boy's eyes, wide and hollow, seemed to absorb the dim light, their depths mirroring the shadows of the alley. His figure, slight and shivering, was dwarfed by the monolithic machine beside him, which stood silent now, its iron arms at rest in the midnight hour. Yet, even in stillness, the press exuded a latent power, a reminder of the ceaseless toil that filled the daylight hours with clattering chaos and urgent demands. He was a child of the press, born not of blood, but of necessity, his life interwoven with the rhythms of the clanging machinery and the relentless hum of ink-stained hands. The air around him was heavy with the scent of damp paper and the metallic tang of ink, mingling with the acrid smoke that seeped from the nearby chimneys, each exhalation a testament to the industry that never truly slept. The boy's gaze lingered on the press, his expression a curious blend of reverence and resignation. It was a life he knew intimately, his small hands deftly navigating the intricate mechanisms with a skill honed by necessity. Yet, in this moment of quiet, there was no work to occupy his hands, no clatter to drown the whispered thoughts that crept through his mind like shadows cast by the flickering lamplight. Around him, the city lay in a restless slumber, the distant sound of a carriage clattering over cobblestones, a reminder of the world beyond his narrow sphere. The wind carried the faint echo of a street vendor's cry, a solitary note that lingered in the air before fading into silence. Here, in the heart of Fleet Lane, the night was his alone, a vast expanse of quietude punctuated by the rhythmic breathing of the city. The boy shifted his weight, the cold cobblestones biting rudely into his bare feet, and drew his thin arms around his body, a futile attempt to ward off the chill. His thoughts, unbidden, turned to the warmth of a hearth, to the flicker of flames casting their glow over familiar faces. But such comforts were luxuries beyond his reach, belonging to another world, distant and unattainable. Yet, even in this harsh reality, there was a spark of resilience, a quiet determination that burned within him, brighter than the lanterns that lined the lane. It was the same flame that guided the watchman's steps, an unyielding spirit that refused to be extinguished by circumstance or fate. The boy stood, a solitary figure cast in the glow of the night, a testament to the enduring human spirit that thrived amidst adversity. The press, silent and formidable, loomed over him, a constant companion in the solitude of the night. It was both a source of sustenance and a symbol of the relentless march of progress, its iron heart beating in time with the city's pulse, and beneath its shadow, the boy, with his wide eyes and ink-stained hands, watched and waited, a small cog in the great machine of life, ever turning, ever enduring. The night lay heavy over the city, its vast expanse whispering secrets to those who lingered beneath its mantle. The gas lamps, with their flickering halos, cast pools of yellow light upon the cobblestones, illuminating the weary figures who traversed Fleet Lane in the quiet hours. Among them was the boy, whose presence seemed at once inconspicuous and vital, a part of the street itself as much as the soot-covered bricks and the rain-slicked pavement. A chill breeze, carrying the scent of coal smoke and distant rain, rustled through the narrow alleyways, threading through the labyrinthine streets with a mischievous persistence. The boy, his thin frame wrapped in a threadbare coat, shivered slightly, pulling his collar closer to his neck. His eyes, wide and searching, gazed at the distant horizon where night met the first faint blush of dawn, a promise of warmth and light yet unfulfilled. The machinery of the city, an intricate and unyielding construct, never ceased its laborious song. The clatter of horse-drawn carts, the distant clanging of a bell, the rhythmic footfalls of the night watchman all mingled with the soft hum of industry, creating a tapestry of sound that resonated in the boy's ears. It was a symphony of toil and perseverance, a testament to the indomitable spirit of those who called the city home. In the midst of this ceaseless activity, the boy's voice, barely more than a whisper, slipped into the air like a secret shared between confidants. "Is it morning yet?" he asked, the words hanging in the night like a question posed to the universe itself. His voice, though soft, carried a weight of anticipation and hope, a longing for the break of day that seemed, in that moment, both near and impossibly distant. The question lingered, unanswered, as the boy continued his solitary vigil. His gaze returned to the great edifice of the factory, its towering chimneys silhouetted against the sky, belching forth clouds of smoke that drifted lazily into the night. It stood as a monument to human endeavour, a testament to the unyielding march of progress that both sustained and consumed the lives of those who laboured beneath its shadow. All around him, life continued its unrelenting course. The night watchman, his lantern swinging gently at his side, passed by with a nod, his steps measured and deliberate against the cobblestones. A stray cat, its fur matted and eyes gleaming with feral cunning, darted across the lane, vanishing into the shadows with a flick of its tail. Overhead, the stars, dimmed by the city's glow, watched with silent indifference, their eternal vigil unbroken. The boy, undeterred by the passage of time, remained at his post, an unassuming sentinel in a world of shadows and light. He was a part of the city's fabric, woven into its very essence, his presence a reminder of the resilience, and quiet determination that defined those who dwelt in its heart. And as the first pale fingers of dawn began to creep over the horizon, painting the sky with hues of pink and gold, his question found its answer in the gentle unfolding of a new day. The night watchman, that solitary figure of Fleet Lane, paused in his measured patrol. He was accustomed to the company of silence, the echo of his own footsteps the only reply to his muttered thoughts. But tonight his routine was disrupted by a sight most uncommon. Beneath the flickering glow of a solitary gas lamp, the boy stood, a small, shadowed silhouette against the cobbled street, his form indistinct yet undeniably present. The child appeared as if conjured from the mist itself, a creature of the night, yet not of its sinister ilk. Alder, for that was the watchman's name, was not a man easily startled. His was a world of fog and flicker, of half-heard whispers carried on the wind. Yet the sight of the boy, so still and silent, stirred something in him that was not fear, but rather a bloom of pity, delicate and unexpected. He approached the child with a cautious compassion, his boots crunching softly on the grit and refuse of the street. The boy did not flinch at the sound, nor did he shift from his spot, but remained a steadfast sentinel in his own right. "Who are you, lad?" Alder asked, his voice roughened by the chill night air and the habitual smoke of his pipe. The boy turned his head slightly, revealing a face etched with grime and weariness, yet possessing an innocence undiminished by circumstance. His eyes, wide and dark, met Alder's with a steady gaze that bespoke a maturity beyond his years, a maturity born not of age, but of necessity. The boy's clothes were a patchwork of fabric, worn through and mended, a testament to resourcefulness rather than prosperity. His shoes were scarcely more than leather ghosts, offering scant protection from the stone beneath. Yet, in spite of his ragged appearance, there was a dignity about him, an unspoken resilience that Alder could not help but admire. The watchman, accustomed to the city's harsh realities, felt a pang of sorrow for the child's plight, mingled with a desire to understand the story that had brought him to this lonely vigil. "Why do you linger here on a night such as this?" Alder inquired, his tone softened by genuine curiosity. The boy hesitated, a flicker of hesitation crossing his features, as if weighing the worth of words against silence. But the trust, once given, was not lightly withheld, and so he spoke, his voice barely more than a whisper, carried away almost before it reached Alder's ears. "I wait for him," the boy replied, his gaze drifting to a point somewhere beyond the present, into the realm of memory or hope. "He said he would come." Alder nodded, understanding more than the boy could know. The city was full of such promises, some kept, others broken, all spinning their delicate threads through the lives of its inhabitants. He had been a guardian to many such stories, each unique yet woven from the same threads of longing and expectation. The boy, with his earnest eyes and steadfast heart, was yet another strand in the tapestry, waiting for his own tale to unfold. The watchman's gaze softened as he looked upon the boy, and the city seemed to pause with him, its breath held in a moment of stillness. The lamplight flickered once more, casting long shadows that danced upon the cobblestones, a silent ballet of light and dark. The air was thick with the scent of coal smoke and damp earth, mingling with the faint as sweet aroma of chestnuts roasting somewhere in the night. Alder, with the quiet wisdom of his years, understood the importance of such vigilances, the necessity of waiting and watching, even when hope seemed but a distant glimmer. He reached into the folds of his coat and produced a small, wrapped parcel, a gift not of charity, but of understanding. He handed it to the boy, who accepted it with a nod of gratitude, his fingers brushing against Alder's with a warmth that belied the chill of the night. "Keep it close," Alder said, his voice gentle yet firm. "And remember, not all promises are broken in this world." With that, he resumed his patrol, his steps echoing once more in the night, a steady rhythm that spoke of endurance and faith. The boy watched him go, the parcel held tightly to his chest, his own heart beating a quiet accompaniment to the watchman's retreating footsteps. The city, with its myriad secrets and silent vigils, continued its eternal dance beneath the watchful eyes of men and children alike, its stories unfolding in the quiet spaces between dusk and dawn. And as Alder disappeared into the mist, the boy remained, a solitary figure beneath the lamplight, waiting for the promise of a new day. The chill of winter had descended upon Fleet Lane, draping the streets in a shroud of icy mist that clung to brick and cobble with the persistence of a spectre. It was a world where shadows stretched long and thin, creeping across the pavement like silent phantoms of the night. Beneath this oppressive canopy of fog and soot, there lay a tale of toil and tragedy hidden beneath the very stones trodden by hurried feet and oblivious passers-by. In the hushed hours when the city's pulse slowed to a languid throb, there was a presence that lingered unseen, its whispers carried by the faintest breath of wind. The ghost, a child once bound to the relentless wheels and cogs of the printing press, had his story etched into the very fabric of these streets. It was a tale of labour and lament, of innocence ground beneath the weighty machinery of industry, where the clattering of type met the soft cries of youthful exhaustion. The press, that iron beast of commerce and communication, stood as a monument to man's ingenuity and his unyielding pursuit of progress. Within its belly, the child had once toiled, his small hands moving with practiced precision, feeding the hungry machine with sheets of blank paper that would emerge transformed, bearing the inked words of men with more power and fortune than he could ever dream. The air within the press room was thick with the acrid smell of ink, and the ceaseless drone of gears, a symphony of industry that played its relentless tune from dawn till dusk. Yet, it was in the depths of a particularly harsh winter's night that the child's story reached its tragic crescendo. The night had drawn its cloak of darkness tight around the city, and the gas lamps flickered feebly against the encroaching gloom. Snowflakes, fat and heavy, fell with a muffled grace, settling upon sills and cobblestones, their silence a stark contrast to the cacophony within the press. The child, weary beyond his years, laboured on, his fingers numb and clumsy with cold. In those final moments, the press, with its insatiable appetite, demanded one more sacrifice. A misstep, a slip, the briefest lapse of attention, and the machine, ever indifferent to the frailty of flesh, claimed him as its own. Beneath the creaking floorboards, his body found its resting place, consigned to the shadows of the press room, where the rhythm of industry continued unabated, each thud and clatter a requiem for the lost. Above, the city's life continued, oblivious to the tale buried beneath its feet. The shopkeepers and tradesmen, the link boys and costermongers, all moved through the streets in rhythmic procession, their lives a series of patterns etched against the backdrop of soot-streaked facades and wrought-iron gates. And yet, in the quiet moments when the city paused to catch its breath, there was a whisper of his presence, a fleeting chill, a flicker of the gaslight, a momentary pause in the relentless march of time. The ghost, tethered to his story and the place of his untimely demise, lingered in the periphery of the living world, a silent witness to the passage of time and the ceaseless churn of the city's great machine. His tale, inscribed in the very bones of Fleet Lane, served as a quiet reminder of the human cost hidden beneath the surface of progress, a testament to the lives spent in service to the unyielding demands of industry. And so, as the night wore on, and the lamplights cast their feeble glow upon the cobbles, the ghost remained, an unseen sentinel watching over the city that had forgotten him. His story, though untold, resonated in the air, a gentle echo that danced upon the breath of the wind, weaving through the fog and the smoke to touch the hearts of those few who dared to listen. The child, whose eyes bore the weight of tales untold, whispered of Cavish, the master's grim secret concealed beneath the floorboards of the old warehouse. It was a place where the shadows grew long and the dust lay thick, untouched by the mercy of daylight. Lime and tar, the child said, had been employed in a sinister pact to seal away an accident that had woven itself into the very fabric of Fleet Lane's history, like the intermingled threads of so many lives in this labyrinthine city. The streets outside, slick with the residue of countless footfalls, echoed with the clatter of horse-drawn carriages and the distant cries of vendors hawking their wares. Gaslight flickered unevenly, casting uncertain shadows that danced across the cobbles as if performing some macabre ballet. Around every corner there lingered the smell of coal smoke and the damp, earthy scent of the river carried by the wind. The watchman, ever vigilant, paced his solitary beat, a guardian of secrets both known and imagined, his silhouette merging with the night. The child, who had ventured into the depths where few dared to tread, spoke with a voice barely above a whisper, as if fearing the very walls might conspire to betray him. The tale unfolded, slowly, words dripping like the rain upon the eaves of the warehouse. Cavish, in his haste to hide what the day had brought to light, had resorted to lime, a substance that devoured flesh and bone, leaving no trace of what once had been, and tar, black as the night itself, sealed the deed, rendering the floor an impenetrable tomb. An accident, the child repeated, but didn't elaborate further. A word that held within its syllables the weight of guilt, of desperation, and of a life snuffed out like a candle's flame in the wind. The child, wise beyond his years, understood the gravity of what lay beneath, though he spoke of it with a detachment born of necessity. It was a secret he carried, not unlike the burdens borne by the denizens of Fleet Lane, each harbouring their own stories of misfortune and survival. Outside, the fog crept in from the Thames, blanketing the city in its damp embrace, muffling the sounds of the night. The clop of hooves and the rattle of wheels became distant murmurs, as if the world itself held its breath, awaiting the dawn. The watchman paused beneath a gas lamp, its light casting his features into sharp relief, a study in solitude and duty. He listened, as if the fog might carry with it whispers of the past, of truths buried beneath layers of lime and tar. In this city of industry and ambition, where fortunes were made and lost, the master's secret lay undisturbed, a silent testament to the lengths to which men might go to protect their own. The warehouse, with its timber beams and iron doors, stood as a monument to both progress and decay, its floor concealing the dark heart of its history. Yet life went on above, oblivious to the shadows beneath, the cobbled streets alive with the bustle of commerce and the ceaseless tide of humanity. And so, as the night deepened and the city's pulse slowed, the story of Cavish's secret lingered in the air, a spectral presence that refused to fade. It was a tale woven into the very stones of Fleet Lane, an echo of the past that resonated still, waiting for the day it might be unearthed, brought into the light of understanding and redemption. Until then, it remained as it had always been, a whisper on the wind, a ghost in the shadows, a mark upon the soul of the city. The persistent drizzle of the waning night clung to the cobblestones of Fleet Lane, wrapping the street in a shroud of dampness that seemed to seep from the very bones of the city. The lamps, their glow muted by the mist, cast a pallid light that flickered uneasily over the street, as if hesitant to reveal the secrets of the night. In this uncertain light, Alder, the night watchman, moved with the practised slowness of one accustomed to the vigilance of long hours. His lantern swung gently at his side, casting a hesitant pool of light that danced across the stones as he made his rounds. The hour was that peculiar one, not fully night, nor yet day, where the world hesitates on the cusp of waking, and the city breathes with a soft sigh, its sounds subdued, its movement stilled. It was in this pause that Cavish appeared, emerging from the shadows like a figure conjured from the mist itself. His coat was plastered to his frame, each seam outlined by the rain, which had left a glossy sheen upon the fabric. His hat, pulled low, dripped steadily, marking his passage with a trail of droplets that mingled with the rivulets already coursing down the street. Cavish's approach was marked by a purposeful stride, his boots striking the stones with a determined rhythm that betrayed a sense of urgency. He halted before Alder, the lamplight catching the sharp angles of his face, chiselling them with lines of weariness and resolve. His eyes, shadowed beneath the brim of his hat, searched Alder's face with a keen intensity, as though seeking answers to questions yet unasked. "Have you seen anything?" Cavish demanded, his voice carrying a rough edge that spoke of nights spent in pursuit of elusive truths. The question hung in the air, mingling with the mist, a tangible thing that seemed to echo off the walls of the narrow lane. Alder shifted his weight, considering the question with the deliberation of one who measures his words carefully. "Nothing of note," he replied eventually, his voice low and steady, as if the stillness of the night required such restraint. "The usual comings and goings, nothing more. Why, is there something amiss?" Cavish gave a slight shake of his head, sending a cascade of droplets from the brim of his hat. "Not yet," he muttered, almost to himself, as though weighing the possibilities that lay hidden in the dark corners of the city. His gaze turned inward for a moment, tracing paths only he could see, before returning to Alder with renewed focus. "The rain," he continued, glancing upwards as though the heavens might offer some clue, "has a way of washing things clean, but not all marks can be erased so easily." There was a pause, a moment in which the air seemed to hold its breath, before he added, "Keep your eyes open, Alder. There's more than the usual mischief afoot tonight." With that, Cavish turned, his coat flaring briefly in the wind that swept through the narrow confines of the lane, and disappeared into the mist from whence he came. His departure left a ripple in the stillness, a disturbance that lingered like the aftertaste of a strong draught. Alder watched him go, the echo of his footfalls fading into the distance, leaving only the soft patter of rain and the steady drip of water from the eaves above. Alder resumed his patrol, the rhythm of his steps steady and unhurried. Yet his thoughts were now accompanied by the whisper of unease that Cavish's visit had stirred. The rain continued its relentless descent, a soft percussion that masked the more subtle sounds of the city awakening. Yet despite the gloom and the chill, there was a warmth in the thought that even in the dark there were those who watched and waited, who sought to unravel the tangled threads of the city's secrets. As dawn approached, the sky lightened imperceptibly, the first hints of day creeping into the edges of the horizon. The lamps flickered once more, as if stirred from slumber, casting a warmer glow that promised the coming of a new day. The stones of Fleet Lane, slick with rain and history, shimmered in the gathering light, and Alder, the solitary watchman of the night, continued his vigil, a lone figure upon the threshold of the waking world. The rain had ceased its relentless patter, leaving behind a city washed clean yet still cloaked in the dreariness of an early dawn. Alder, the watchman, resumed his steady patrol, his boots meeting the cobblestones with a rhythm that seemed to echo the heartbeat of the city itself. The air was thick with the scent of damp stone and distant smoke, curling lazily from chimney pots that punctuated the skyline with their sooty crowns. Alder moved with a purposeful gait, his coat pulled tightly about him against the lingering chill. His eyes, accustomed to the dimness, searched for any sign of disturbance in the waking streets. Yet, despite his outward confidence, a shadow of unease lingered in his mind, a spectre of doubt that clung to him as persistently as the fog. He recalled the previous night, the whispers in the dark, the fleeting glimpses of a childlike figure that seemed to dance on the edges of his vision. But no, it must be a trick of the light, an illusion conjured by his weary mind. He could not, would not, entertain such fancies. To speak of hauntings in the heart of London would invite ridicule, or worse, the loss of his modest employment. With each step, Alder's resolve hardened. He was no novice to the ways of the city, no stranger to its secrets and shadows. Still, the memory of the child's face, pale and ethereal, lingered in his thoughts like a melody half remembered. He had seen it, of that he was certain, yet with the coming of dawn, it had vanished as quietly as it had appeared, leaving behind only the echo of its presence. Alder shook his head, dispelling the notion. He had a duty to perform, and such distractions had no place in the orderly conduct of his rounds. The city began to stir, a faint hum of life rising with the sun. Traders and clerks, still bleary-eyed from sleep, emerged from narrow doorways to begin their daily toil. The clatter of hooves and the rattle of wheels announced the arrival of carts laden with goods for the market. Alder watched them pass, his mind retreating into the familiar comfort of routine. Yet, beneath his stoic exterior, a flicker of fear remained, the fear of hunger, of the gnawing emptiness that would accompany dismissal should his superiors deem him unreliable. He paused beneath a gas lamp, the light casting a long shadow across the wet pavement. In the distance, a bell tolled, marking the hour with solemn precision. Alder listened, letting the sound wash over him, a reminder of the city's relentless march forward. The child, if indeed it had been real, was gone. What remained was the solid, unyielding fabric of his duties, the knowledge that his vigilance kept the peace in these quiet hours. Yet, even as he resumed his patrol, Alder could not entirely shake the sense of loss that accompanied the child's disappearance. It was as if a part of the night had been spirited away, leaving a void that the rising sun could not fill. Still, he pressed on, his steps measured, his gaze unwavering. He passed beneath the archway at the end of the lane, his figure framed by the encroaching light, a solitary guardian of the city's slumber. As the city awoke, Alder melded with the crowd, his presence unnoticed amidst the bustling throng. The child, the haunting, they were but phantoms, whispers lost in the cacophony of life. Yet, somewhere in the recesses of his heart, a question lingered, silent and unspoken. In the end, Alder was but a man, bound by the constraints of his world, seeking solace in the familiar patterns of his existence. The child, whether ghost or dream, was a part of that world now, woven into the tapestry of his nights, a mystery to be pondered in the quiet moments between the tolling of the bells. And so, with the city fully awake, and the last remnants of night fading into memory, Alder continued his watch, a lone figure amidst the throng, ever vigilant, ever watchful, as the day unfolded before him. The morning unfolded with a reluctance that mirrored the weary steps of the night watchman. Alder, as he made his way along the winding streets of London, the city, shaking off the remnants of slumber, revealed itself in a patchwork of shadow and light, the sun's first timid rays slanting through the gaps between the high, soot-streaked buildings. The air carried with it the scent of dampness, a mingling of yesterday's rain, and the promise of more to come, lingering heavily above the cobblestones, which glistened with a dull sheen. Alder's path homeward seemed longer than usual, each step echoing with the weight of unspoken thoughts. His boots, worn and familiar, struck the stones with a steady, measured rhythm, a solitary accompaniment to the distant clatter of horse-drawn carriages and the occasional cry of a street vendor beginning his day's trade. The city's pulse, though steady, felt at odds with the turmoil that churned within him, a silent cacophony that only he could hear. The faces he passed appeared blurred and indistinct, mere spectres in his periphery, as if the world itself had receded, leaving him to the solitude of his reflections. In the market square, Women with baskets exchanged gossip with a vigour that belied the early hour. Children, grimy but joyful, darted between the stalls, their laughter ringing like a distant echo of the innocence Alder felt slipping away. Yet these scenes of life, bustling and vibrant, only served to deepen his sense of isolation, like a man watching a play from afar, unable to partake in its joys or sorrows. As he walked, the fog of guilt clung to him more persistently than the morning mist, a cloak of his own making. It was a burden that found its roots in the quiet hours of his vigil, in the moments when the city's breath slowed, and he was left alone with his thoughts. The night, with its shadows and silences, had a way of magnifying one's conscience, casting harsh light on the corners of the soul best left unexamined. His thoughts turned to Polly, his wife, her presence a constant in his life, steadfast and enduring. He knew that she would sense his unrest, as she always did, though she might not speak of it. Her understanding, unspoken yet profound, was both a comfort and a mirror, reflecting back at him the man he wished to be, and the man he feared he had become. He dreaded the moment he would lie beside her, the silence between them filled with the unasked questions that lingered in the air like the last strains of a melancholy tune. The journey home, though familiar, seemed fraught with an unfamiliar tension. The streets, usually a comforting labyrinth of known paths, felt foreign, each corner a reminder of the choices he had made, each turn a question unanswered. As he approached the modest dwelling that he called home, a 2-story terrace with a sagging roof and peeling paint, he paused, the weight of the moment pressing down on him like the very brick and mortar of the city itself. Inside, the warmth of the kitchen greeted him, the smell of bread baking mingling with the faint aroma of coal smoke from the hearth. Polly was there, her hands busy with the tasks of the morning, yet her eyes, those deep, knowing eyes, met his with a quiet understanding that needed no words. "You're late," she said gently, her voice like a balm to his troubled mind. "The city's grown vast overnight, it seems." Alder nodded, unable to muster a reply that would do justice to the turmoil within him. He reached out, taking her hand in his, the simple gesture conveying what words could not. There was a moment of silence between them, a pause filled with the soft crackle of the fire and the distant hum of the city beyond their walls. As they stood together, a sense of calm began to seep into the corners of his restless mind, the weight of his thoughts easing, if only slightly. Polly, with her quiet strength and unerring patience, was his anchor in the storm, her presence a reminder that he was not alone in the world, even when the shadows of night pressed in. And so, as the day stretched out before them, with its myriad challenges and small triumphs, Alder found solace in the familiar rhythms of their life, the steady beat of existence that, despite its uncertainties, held within it the promise of new beginnings. With Polly at his side, he faced the day with a renewed sense of resolve, each step forward a testament to the enduring power of love and the quiet strength found in shared burdens. In the depths of a city draped in a shroud of perpetual twilight, where the sky above Fleet Lane brooded with an ominous foreboding, the night watchman Alder emerged once more into the realm of his solitary guardianship. The cobblestones beneath his feet glistened with the sheen of recent rain, the air charged with an electric tension that seemed to pause, listening before the coming storm. The gas lamps, their light dimmed to a pallid glow, flickered uncertainly in the gloom, their protestations lost to the advancing night. The storm, when it arrived, did so with a ferocity that took no heed of the modest structures huddled together in the narrow lane. The heavens opened with a roar, unleashing torrents that cascaded from the eaves, forming rivulets that raced toward the swollen gutters. Rain lashed against windows with a force that rattled panes and set the very timbers of the buildings to groaning. The yard, already sodden from previous showers, succumbed quickly to the deluge, its cobbles submerged beneath a rising tide of muddy water. Alder, his coat pulled tightly about him, surveyed the scene with a practised eye. Here was a night unlike any other, a night when the very elements conspired to test the mettle of man and stone alike. The rain fell with such persistence that it seemed an endless sea poured from the sky, and the wind, a relentless banshee, howled through the narrow alleyways, seeking purchase in every crevice. The beams of the small watch-house, an edifice as stalwart as its occupant, shivered beneath the onslaught, their groans a chorus to the storm's relentless song. Boards, long settled in their places, began to creak ominously, loosened by the insistent probing of water and wind. Yet Alder, undeterred, moved through the night with the surety of one who has weathered many such tempests, his lantern a beacon in the swirling darkness. In the distance, the river, swollen and angry, threatened its banks, its waters churning with a malevolence that seemed to mirror the sky's fury. The city, ever industrious, continued its labours beneath the storm's watchful eye, though the usual cacophony of clattering hooves and shouts was muted, swallowed by the roar of the storm. Amidst the tumult, Alder found a curious peace in his watch. The storm, for all its violence, was a reminder of nature's dominion, a force that rendered the petty grievances and small triumphs of daily life momentarily insignificant. His thoughts turned to Polly, safe within the walls of their modest abode, and he drew comfort from the knowledge that this fury, too, would pass. The watchman, his steps steady and deliberate, made his way through the yard, the water rising about his ankles, a tangible reminder of the night's trials. His lantern cast a wavering glow upon the torrent, illuminating the swirling eddies and casting long shadows that danced across the submerged stones. Each step was a testament to resolve, a quiet defiance of the storm's might. As the night drew on, the rain slackened, its fury spent, leaving behind a world reshaped by its passage. The yard, though still awash, lay in a hushed calm, the storm's waning breath a gentle murmur in the distance. Alder, his duty undiminished, continued his rounds, his presence a steadfast assurance against the encroaching dark. In the quiet that followed, the city began to stir once more, its life resuming beneath a sky now washed clean by the night's travail. Alder paused, his lantern raised, surveying the scene with a quiet satisfaction. The storm, with all its bluster, had passed, leaving in its wake a world renewed, the promise of a new day glimmering on the horizon. And so, with the dawn's first light, The watchman returned to his post, the night's memories etched upon the stones, and in the heart of the city he watched over. The storm, a momentary interlude in the ceaseless rhythm of life, faded into the past, its echoes a reminder of the enduring strength found in the face of nature's might. In the dim recesses of Fleet Lane, where the air was thick with the residue of labour, and the scent of ink hung about like a ghostly pall, the watchman resumed his solitary vigil. The cobblestones, slick with the recent rain, glistened under the pale light of the street lamps, their glow muted by the ever-present London fog. It was here, beneath the towering shadows of the printing press, that the watchman found himself drawn to a curious disturbance upon the ground. The press, a behemoth of iron and wood, loomed with an authority befitting its purpose, each creak and groan echoing the toil it had witnessed over countless days and nights. It was a monument to industry, and a silent testament to the stories it had birthed into the world. Yet, beneath its weighty presence, something more sinister lay hidden, waiting to be uncovered by those who dared to look beyond the surface of the everyday. With deliberate care, the watchman knelt, his fingers brushing against the cold, damp earth, stained black by the ink of countless editions. As he clawed at the soil, an unexpected hardness met his touch. Bones, old and brittle, darkened by time and the relentless embrace of their inky shroud. They lay intertwined like the forgotten remains of a tale untold, their presence a stark reminder of mortality amidst the machinery of life. Beside these relics of the past, a small shoe emerged, its leather cracked and worn, bearing the unmistakable marks of childhood's fleeting dance. It lay there, an innocent testament to lives once lived, now lost to the relentless march of time. The watchman paused, the weight of his discovery settling upon him like a mantle of responsibility. The shoe, a poignant relic of innocence amidst the sombre tableau. The city's heart continued its relentless beat around him, unaware of the secrets unearthed in its depths. Carriages rattled along the cobbles, their wheels splashing through puddles with a rhythmic clatter, while the distant cries of vendors hawking their wares punctuated the air like the discordant notes of an untrained orchestra. Life, with all its ceaseless demands, moved inexorably forward, indifferent to the mysteries revealed beneath its surface. Yet, for the watchman, the discovery was more than mere bones and leather. It was a reminder of the city's dual nature, a place where the past and present coexisted, each layer of history buried beneath the next like the pages of a well-thumbed novel. He stood, brushing the dirt from his hands, the small shoe cradled within his palm as if it were a fragile treasure to be cherished and remembered. As the sun rose higher, casting its light upon the narrow lane, the watchman took a moment to reflect upon the scene before him. The press, with its imposing form, seemed to acknowledge the secrets it had harboured, now laid bare for all to see. And though the bones and shoe spoke of lives long gone, they also whispered of stories yet to be told, of truths waiting to be uncovered by those who dared to seek them out. With a final glance at the sombre tableau, the watchman resumed his patrol, his steps echoing along the lane with a measured cadence. The city, with all its intrigue and wonder, continued to unfold around him, each moment a new chapter in its ever-evolving tale. and as he moved through the fog-laden streets. The Watchman carried with him the knowledge that even in the darkest corners of London there existed a beauty born of resilience, a testament to the enduring spirit of those who called it home. The gas lamps flickered with the uncertain glow of their own existence, casting long shadows that danced like spectres upon the cobblestones of Fleet Lane. The night was possessed by a peculiar stillness, one that seemed to hold its breath in anticipation of what might come next. In this hushed atmosphere, the creaking of a door shattered the silence, and with it came Cavish, his presence as abrupt and jarring as a thunderclap in a quiet room. He was a man of middling height, with a countenance that bore the marks of a life spent in constant battle against the elements and his own ambitions. His coat, though once fine, was now frayed at the edges, and his boots, heavy with the mud of the city, announced his arrival with a determined clatter. Cavish's eyes, sharp as flint, swept the surroundings with a gaze that brooked no contradiction, as if daring the very air to defy him. "Seal the pit," he demanded, his voice ringing with the authority of one accustomed to command. The words, loud and insistent, echoed in the narrow confines of the lane, bouncing off the walls with an urgency that brooked no delay. There was a fire in his manner, a fervour that seemed to burn with the intensity of a man who knew his own mind, and was not to be swayed by the opinions of others. Alder, the Watchman, stood before him, a figure of quiet resolution amidst the storm of Cavish's ire. His uniform, though simple, was worn with the dignity of a man who understood the weight of duty and the silent honour that accompanied it. The gaslight caught the sheen of his brass buttons, lending him an air of solemn authority, as if the very elements conspired to fortify his resolve. "Sir," Alder spoke, his voice steady despite the trembling of his hands, "I cannot comply with your request." There was a tremor in his words, but beneath it lay a courage born of conviction, a quiet defiance that refused to be cowed. His eyes, though weary, held a gleam of determination, as if the very fabric of his being was woven with threads of unyielding resolve. Cavish, taken aback by such unexpected resistance, paused for a moment, his eyes narrowing as he assessed the man before him. The night air, thick with the scent of coal smoke and damp, seemed to close in around them, creating a cocoon of isolation that magnified the tension between the two men. The world outside, with its bustle and noise, faded into insignificance, leaving only the confrontation at hand. "You do not understand," Cavish insisted, his voice now edged with a note of desperation. "The pit must be sealed for the safety of all. It is a matter of utmost importance." His words, though earnest, carried the weight of a man who knew the stakes, who had seen the consequences of inaction, and was determined to avert disaster. Alder, unmoved by the plea, shook his head, slowly, his expression one of regret tinged with a steely resolve. "I have my orders, sir, and they are clear. The pit remains open, for there are matters that must be addressed before it can be sealed." His words, though simple, were delivered with the authority of a man who had weighed the consequences and had chosen his path. The two men stood in silence, the air between them crackling with unspoken tension. It was a tableau of wills, a clash of purposes played out under the indifferent gaze of the gaslights. Around them, the city continued its relentless pulse, unaware of the drama unfolding in its midst. Cavish, sensing the futility of further argument, took a step back, his shoulders sagging slightly as the fire of his earlier fervour began to wane. There was a moment of quiet contemplation, a pause in which the world seemed to hold its breath, waiting for the next chapter to unfold. And in that silence, a mutual understanding appeared to take root, a recognition of shared humanity amidst the clash of ideals. As Cavish turned to leave, the fog closed in once more, swallowing him into its depths. Alder remained, a solitary figure in the night, his duty as constant as the stars above. In the quiet of Fleet Lane, the echoes of their confrontation lingered, a testament to the enduring spirit of those who dared to stand firm in the face of adversity. The fog that had swallowed up Cavish now hung thick and motionless over the sleeping city, like a great grey shroud draped over the restless slumber of its denizens. Yet, beneath this spectral veil, life churned and ground with the unrelenting momentum of the machinery that defined its age. In a narrow alleyway not far from the watchman's post, the air was heavy with the acrid scent of coal and the metallic tang of industry. It was here that the great printing press of Fleet Lane stood in silent dormancy, a monstrous leviathan of iron and brass. As if governed by some unseen hand, a low rumble began to stir within its belly, a portentous growl that reverberated through the bones of the building. The press, slumbering for the briefest of hours, now awoke with a mechanical yawn, its gears clanking to life like the bones of a reanimated skeleton. Each cog turned with methodical precision, each chain creaked with the strain of its appointed task, as the cold iron beast shook off its inertia. Above, the heavens churned with their own tumult, as thunder rolled in sonorous waves across the leaden sky. The storm's fury mirrored the awakening of the press below, its rage finding kinship in the ghostly wrath that seemed to shake the very rafters of the building. The ghost, an echo of past indignation and unresolved grievances, made its presence known in the rattling of window panes and the fitful flicker of gaslights. Within the dim confines of the printing room, shadows danced in the flickering lamplight, cast by the rhythmic motion of the machinery. The air was thick with the smell of ink, a pungent reminder of the words that would soon be imprinted upon the world, carried forth by the morning's delivery boys with ink-stained hands and pockets full of copper coins. The press, with its relentless grind, was a harbinger of knowledge and dissent, a vessel for the thoughts and opinions that shaped the city's conscience. The workers, clad in soot-streaked aprons, moved with the practised efficiency of those long accustomed to the machine's demands, their hands, worn and calloused, guided the paper through the press's gaping maw, feeding its insatiable appetite for the printed word. Each sheet emerged transformed, bearing the weight of news and narrative, of events grand and minuscule, destined to ripple through parlours and public houses alike. Outside, the cobblestones glistened under the dim glow of gaslight, the rain having given them a slippery sheen. The sound of the press echoed out into the night, a metallic symphony that mingled with the distant rumble of thunder, the two inextricably intertwined in their noisy discourse. The night watchman, Alder, felt the vibrations beneath his feet as he resumed his patrol, a silent sentinel in a world that never truly slept. Yet within the press's relentless march of progress lay a quiet inevitability, a certainty that each revolution of its wheels brought with it change. The city, with its teeming masses and ceaseless energy, was a tapestry woven from the threads of countless stories, each one captured in the ink that flowed from the press like blood from an open vein. As the night wore on, the storm outside abated, leaving behind a sky washed clean by the rain, and a city poised on the brink of a new day. The press, having fulfilled its nightly duty, slowed to a halt, its mighty heart stilled, but for a few lingering creaks and groans. The workers, their task complete, filed out into the cool dawn, their breath visible in the crisp air, tired yet satisfied with the labour of their hands. In the stillness that followed, the echoes of the press's nocturnal symphony lingered, a testament to the indomitable spirit of a city that thrived on the pulse of industry and the power of the written word. And as the first light of day crept over the rooftops, casting long shadows across the cobbled streets, the ghost rage subsided, its fury spent for another night. The dawn, a tentative visitor in the soot-laden streets, began its gentle ascent, casting a pallor not unlike the thin layer of ash that seemed to settle perpetually over everything. The air was thick with the residue of spent coal, mingling with the dampness of a city waking reluctantly from its slumber. In this half-light, the remnants of the night's labours lay scattered like forgotten whispers, the press's inky residue staining cobblestones, its last embers flickering feebly before succumbing to the encroaching tide of day. Water, a persistent intruder, seeped unchecked across the floor. Finding its path with the inevitability of time itself, it pooled in the crevices, absorbed the ink's final traces, and rendered them into a swirl of ghostly patterns on the stone, a dance of shadows and substance, marking the end of another cycle in the great machine of the city. The press, once a titan of sound and motion, now stood silent, its presence diminished to a mere silhouette against the grey dawn. It was as if the building itself sighed, exhaling the last of its nocturnal breath. In this quietude, the spirit that had haunted the night's proceedings lingered for a moment. Its presence felt more than seen, a spectral witness to the transformation from night to day. It hovered, a faint smile playing upon its immaterial features, as if finding solace in the cessation of its own torment. The ghost, bound to the rhythms of the press, seemed to acknowledge the peace that water brought, its turbulent essence calmed by the measured balm of the encroaching tide. The spirit's form grew faint, as if the very light of dawn conspired to erase it from memory. It was a quiet departure, unmarked by fanfare or finality, leaving behind only the faintest impression of its passage. The waters rose, gentle and unhurried, extinguishing the press's final spark with a soft hiss, a sound that seemed to echo in the quiet chamber like a benediction. The spirit faded, its presence reduced to a whisper on the morning air, leaving behind a space now filled with the potential of the day's labours. Outside, the city began to stir, its inhabitants emerging from the shadows with the regularity of a well-tuned clock. Costermongers wheeled their carts over the wet cobblestones, their voices rising in a familiar chorus of trade. Chimney sweeps, their faces marked with the day's first soot, moved with practised ease, scaling rooftops like so many industrious insects. The hum of activity grew, a symphony of human endeavour that seemed to acknowledge neither the ghost's departure nor the night's labours. The watchman, his rounds complete, lingered for a moment longer, his eyes tracing the path of the receding water. There was a satisfaction in witnessing the press's silence, a testament to a night well concluded. He adjusted his coat against the morning chill, the fabric worn, but serviceable, a reflection of his own steadfast character. With one last glance at the quieted press, he turned away, his footsteps echoing softly in the stillness, each step a reminder of the continuity of life in the city. As the light strengthened, illuminating the streets with a clarity that banished shadows, the press stood, quietly, a monument to the night's exertions. Its silence was profound, yet within it lay the promise of renewal, of another night to come, when the city's pulse would quicken once more, and the press would awaken to its nocturnal symphony. The water, having performed its gentle rites, receded, leaving behind a world cleansed and ready for the day's unfolding stories. As the first light of dawn crept cautiously over the chimneys and spires of London, it cast its pale fingers upon Fleet Lane, stirring the shadows that lingered from the night. The cobblestones, still slick with the remnants of the evening's rain, gleamed dully under the soft scrutiny of morning. The factory stood, quietly, a monument to the night's exertions. Its silence was profound, yet within it lay the promise of renewal, of another night to come, when the city's pulse would quicken once more, and the press would awaken to its nocturnal symphony. The water, having performed its gentle rites, receded, leaving behind a world cleansed and ready for the day's unfolding stories. Alder, the night watchman, lingered at the threshold of the factory, his broad shoulders silhouetted against the emerging light. His eyes, accustomed to the dimness, now regarded the street with a gaze both weary and content, as if inspecting the handiwork of the night. A faint smile tugged at his lips, for the night had passed without incident, and in this he found a simple satisfaction. As he turned to lock the gates, a boy approached, his thin frame darting through the morning chill like a sparrow in search of crumbs. "Mr. Alder, sir?" the boy called, his voice slightly hoarse from the cold. He thrust a folded paper into Alder's hand. "From the parish, it is." Alder unfolded the missive with fingers still stiff from the night's vigil. The words were formal and precise, yet their meaning warmed him more than any fire could. A grant had been bestowed upon him, a recognition for his service to truth, as it was grandly stated. The watchman, who had long been a silent guardian of the factory's secrets, felt a rare flush of pride. He nodded to the boy, who scampered away as swiftly as he had come, his steps echoing down the lane. Inside the modest abode that Alder called home, the morning light filtered through the thin curtains, casting a patchwork of illumination upon the floorboards. Polly, his wife, moved about the small kitchen with a grace born of familiarity, her hands deftly arranging the morning's repast. There was a lightness in her step, a buoyancy that had been absent during the long, hard months of winter. "The house feels lighter today," Polly remarked, her voice carrying a note of unexpected cheer, as if the very walls have taken a breath of this fresh morning air. Alder, still clutching the parish's letter, joined her at the table. He placed the paper before her, its significance needing no words. Polly glanced at it, her eyes widening with a mixture of surprise and joy. Her hand reached across the table, finding his, and in that simple gesture lay a shared understanding of the struggles endured and the small triumphs won. Outside, the city began to stir from its slumber. The clatter of early morning carts resounded along the lanes, their drivers wrapped in scarves and coats against the morning's chill. The sweepers, with brooms in hand, moved methodically, clearing the night's debris from the streets. The air hung with the mingled scents of chimney smoke and fresh bread, a fragrant testament to the day's promise. As the sun climbed higher, its warmth dispelled the last vestiges of night, casting Fleet Lane in a golden hue. The factory, though closed for the time, seemed to bask in the light, its brick facade softening under the sun's gentle touch. The promise of the morning was fulfilled in the ordinary rhythm of life resuming its course, the city awakening to its myriad tasks. In their small kitchen, Alder and Polly savoured their breakfast, the air around them light with unspoken hopes and dreams. The grant, though modest, represented more than monetary relief. It was a testament to Alder's quiet perseverance and Polly's unwavering support. Their world, though small, was rich with the simple joys of companionship and the shared satisfaction of facing the day's challenges together. Fleet Lane, now bustling with the activity of the morning, bore witness to the quiet heroism of its residents, each playing their part in the grand tapestry of the city. The watchman, the boy, the sweepers, and Polly, all integral threads woven into the fabric of London life, their stories told in the rhythm of footfalls upon cobblestones and the quiet exchanges of the dawn. As the day unfolded, the promise of renewal whispered through the streets, a soft murmur that spoke of hope and resilience, of nights survived and mornings embraced. The city, in all its grime and glory, continued its ceaseless cycle, each dawn a testament to the enduring spirit of those who called it home,